Okay, English, I'm trying. English channel. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kalbu į anglišką. Kalbu į anglišką.
Jau girdžiu save. Labas rytas.
Hello, good morning, everybody gathered here at the Electromobility Conference. You can applaud yourselves because it's an early morning, but you're already eager to get some knowledge. So, to make your blood circulate in your body and for you to have more energy for the rest of the day. So I'm Goda Raibite Alexa. It's not the first event of the ministry, and I'm here, and as I have a 3-month baby at home, so I really need energy. So I hope to get some of it from you, as usual. So talking about electromobility, we'll see it from different perspectives, from the angle of infrastructure, from what about the risks new things in the market and what is the vision and mission of our state. So you can listen not only to panel discussions and interesting presentations, which you saw in the program probably, but also ask your own questions going to the Slido platform by scanning QR code, and you can ask questions to the speakers and colleagues, and if you like some question asked already by a colleague, just like it and it will go up, so I'll be able to ask it. And of course, I'm not the one to listen to, and I want to invite on the stage and to say a welcome word our energetic minister, Dainius Kreivys. Good morning, everybody. I'll try to be energetic from the early morning. As it was said. So, dear participants, for the fourth year in a row, I welcome the participants to this conference. And this is the year when we can already see how we are doing with what we had just planned and what we had talked and planned at the first conference. I will allow myself to make a joke that politicians find it easier to talk about plans than results. But energy is the area where we have made a giant leap in 4 years in every aspect, from preparing for synchronization to quadrupling the growth of domestic energy generation. The area of electromobility is no exception. Since the first conference, the number of pure, real EVs in Lithuania has increased more than fivefold, from 2,500 to almost 14,000. The network of public charging stations has grown accordingly. When we did the first conference, in Lithuania, there were only 380 public charging stations. Now there are 1,800, which is also almost 5 times more. And there will be even more because we are no longer developing individual stations, but entire hubs or parks of stations. And I happened to prove it that 40 electric cars will be able to charge in such a hub on the way from Vilnius to the sea. The network is expanding, many companies are investing, and I think the nearest 5 years will be the years of great breakthrough in this. The ministry's team has worked very hard to make it easy, make it as easy as possible for EV owners to set up their own station. There were regulatory changes and funding instruments. More than 2,000 households have already used the state support to charge their EVs at home. And the numbers of applications show that there will be more than 3,000 private charging stations in the near future. I must stress that when we plan the support measures, we aim to create a whole ecosystem of energy self-sufficient households, so that the homes can get their own electricity from their own solar plants and use that electricity for modern heating ventilation systems and for electric cars to charge. There are currently 125,000 generating consumers in Lithuania with their own solar power plants. So the first stage has moved forward quite significantly. We can use heating pumps and EVs to use the green energy that we produce at home to use it efficiently. The range of offered electric car models is growing and diversifying. And again, we had quite a nice demonstration of EVs in Lukiškės Square, so we have something to choose from, and it seems that quite soon it will be not the matter of supply, but just how quickly you will get fed up with your current car, because the choice is vast. Another extremely important aspect is the price of electricity. The cheapest way to travel is in an electric car, as you know it probably, electric car that has been charged at your own station. Electric car can be used successfully as a tool to respond to fluctuations in electricity prices. With the installation of a solar power plant, the cost of driving an electric car is virtually zero, and in times of high electricity prices, an electric car together with storage facilities can generate additional income. Indeed, in 4 years we have laid a solid foundation for the growth in the number of electric cars, and I know that this growth will only accelerate. There are voices that it's slowing down, that the speed is not up to the necessary level, but I think that perspective is quite good, and the number of EVs increasing. As I mentioned, the charging stations number of it is increasing, and it seems that there are many alternatives necessary for the growth of the number of EVs. Of course, there are challenges now. With the development of charging infrastructure gathering pace, the electricity grid infrastructure needs to be prepared accordingly by integrating charging stations for heavy vehicles, heavy trucks. To support this growth, the Ministry of Energy has initiated an additional grant of almost 82.5 million euros for investments in upgrading the infrastructure of electricity distribution networks. Let us not forget that we are part of a global process. The world and Europe are moving rapidly towards cleaner, more efficient modes of transport and electromobility, and electromobility is at the forefront of this revolution. This transition is not just a technological development. Everybody knows that it is a necessary step in combating climate change, reducing CO2 emissions, and ensuring a healthy environment for our children and grandchildren. So, Lithuania is fully committed to this transformation. We have adopted quite a lot of documents, commitments, and we have set very clear, ambitious targets for reducing CO2 emissions and increasing the share of renewable energy in total energy consumption. But the ministry cannot achieve this vision alone. Cooperation between government, industry and civil society is essential. So this conference is a platform to exchange ideas, share best practices and forge partnerships that will help us to overcome the challenges and seize the opportunities of the transition to electromobility. I am confident that the discussions and insights shared today will contribute to accelerating our progress and inspire for new initiatives that will benefit not only Lithuania but the whole region and beyond. Finally, I would like to thank all the organizers, speakers and participants for your dedication and commitment to making a breakthrough in this field. Your efforts are helping to build a more sustainable and prosperous future for us all. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. I just recall that it's the 4th year since this conference started, and we were between the two lockdowns. So how different life was and how nice it was to walk outside. As the climate was mentioned by the minister, and as I saw the weather forecast for the next 2 weeks, and it seems that wearing long trousers will be not comfortable, and it's more like July, not September. And I am thinking, are there any people who took part in all the 4 conferences? Please raise your hands. Of course, the organizers are those. So today you will find out really interesting new things, a lot of them. So I invite to the floor the director of the Agency of Lithuanian Energy, Agnė Bagočiūnė.
Hello, everybody, and I will start with exactly the same question I asked 1 year ago. Who of you has an electric car? Please put up your hands. As far as I remember, the numbers are very similar to the... is anybody planning to buy one? A little bit more hands. And do you have a charging station at home with the support of the agency? I'm happy that we have people like that. So if we look very briefly at the changes over the year, where we were last year, where we are this year, and where we would like to be next year, when we meet at a conference that will be celebrating its anniversary, we can see that the numbers of electric cars have been growing, and we didn't have 20,000 electric cars in 2023. Now we are approaching 25,000. And if we could imagine what the percentage in the total fleet of Lithuania, in Lithuania, people prefer diesel cars still. And last year, electric cars did not account for 1%. Now it's already 1.4%. And the number of EVs has grown by an average of 11%. Especially this summer, the growth was very significant, and the largest number of vehicles was bought and registered in July. Compared to last summer, there was an increase of about 20%. If the growth rates are the same, we are registering about 600 to 800 electric vehicles per month. We can see that at the end of this year, we could be somewhere around 27,000 electric vehicles. And in 2030, we will have probably about 200,000 electric vehicles. Why are we talking about that, despite of different myths, a skeptical approach? Apart from our willingness to have a more clean environment, there is another important aspect, that is the price. Our agency makes comparisons every month, and every quarter makes information public on the expenses for different fuels. We can see that even when the electricity was really expensive, and it was in August 22 and the third quarter, driving an electric vehicle was cheaper anyways, and it is about 2 times cheaper than a diesel car. Of course, there is a skeptical general approach which says that the car costs a lot, electric car. Then let's look at the full picture, how much the cars cost and when they pay off. The experts again compared vehicles of different similar type, and if we use the financing of the state, because the state is encouraging not only to install charging stations but also to buy an electric vehicle, and if the car will be charged in a privately owned charging station, again the citizens can apply for support for a charging station installation. Then in 3 years, the cost of running an electric car can be lower than that of an internal combustion engine. And after 7 years, the cost of running an electric car can be as much as 9,000 less than the cost of running a diesel car. And how do the electric mobility rates correlate with those who want to have a private charging station? I saw that some of you have only electric vehicles. Some of you also have charging stations, but we can see that on average, every second owner of electric vehicle applies for financing of a private charging station. The most active people were in September and June of 2023, and that corresponded to the dates of the call, and probably the call encouraged to build charging stations. Also, legal persons were allowed to apply, and then we were observing a bigger activity. The biggest numbers of cars were bought in May and July this year, and slightly less closer to Christmas. The most active citizens are those who live in the major cities. Here you see the numbers of those who have already installed electric charging stations, and the residents of Vilnius, Kaunas, and Klaipėda cities and districts have been the most active. But also we can see that smaller municipalities, some of them are also very active, and I'm very happy to have the mayor of Joniškis, who will make a presentation after me, and he will share his experience. Why do we encourage to have a private EV charging station? Why have a private charging station? Because many people can say, I got an EV, I can plug it somewhere in a public place, and I don't need a private charging station. Well, first, it is, of course, convenient, because you can charge when you're at home, when you are resting, and when you use the private charging station, the charging takes about 5 to 8 hours, so you save money. Another quite important aspect is the price. Of course, the cost of charging a battery depends on the operator, but on average, expenditure on charging 40 kilowatt hours battery costs from 19 euros in fast charging station to 15 charging station. And if you have a private charging station, the price will be under 8 euros. And if you have solar batteries, then the price will go down to less than 3 euros. Therefore, I really encourage you to think about that, especially if you are considering to buy an EV. You should apply for financing for support for a private charging station. So who are the most active people? First of all, those are natural persons who live in private houses, in multi-flat houses, and legal persons are a little bit slower. Therefore, every September, on the day of the conference, we speak about improved terms and conditions of financing, and today at 12 o'clock we will publish a new call for legal persons with better terms and conditions. The intensity of financing will increase from 30 to 50%, and the purpose is to encourage public or private organizations to install charging stations. The calls will be valid until the 30th of September. After that, we will have new calls, because now we also have a novelty which says that new application for payment can be made together with the application when a charging station is installed. And also private people can install charging stations up to 22 kilowatts, legal persons up to 44 kilowatts. That means that one natural or legal person can have several charging stations. Just the power of one charging station is limited to 22 or 44, but there can be a number of those stations. And as I have said on many occasions, we are improving the terms and conditions of the financing. We have fixed rates and the different intensities of financing, and now the price for a charging station is from 600 to 800, and we pay back from 500 to 600. That includes the charging station and installation. If they are, if those stations are standing on the ground, then they are more expensive. They cost about 1,300, and the support can be from 600 to 700, depending on whether you're a legal or natural person. And you don't need much for that, but you need a lot of willingness to contribute to e-mobility, willingness to live in a clean environment. So you have to make an application. There are not many documents. You can make the application yourself, or authorize somebody to do it for you. You have to provide the declaration of the applicant. If you are engaged in economic activity, you have to provide one company declaration or small and medium business declaration. That's for the companies who are applying according to GBR. And if you want bigger amount of subsidy, you have to make your own contribution and evidences proving the origin of your money, and the VAT form if you cannot have a VAT refund. And since today there is simplification, if you already have a charging station and legal natural persons can do that, natural persons can do that, and legal persons will be able to do that. So the application for payment can be made together with the application when a charging station is installed. It will be necessary to provide the invoice for the purchase of an EV charging station, technical specification, proof of installation, a photo of installed station, and if you're a legal person, you will have to provide a screenshot of the website or social network with published information about the funding reserved. So if you are a legal person, you can leave the room for a while and make an application. We are really looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Agne. I hope that her presentation persuaded you. I made a note, and I will not be in this room at 12 o'clock, although the conference will be still in progress. Now I would like to invite Vitalijus Gailius, Mayor of Joniškis District Municipality. You remember Agne said the prices of charging when you use solar energy. So Vitalijus will talk about that. Let's put our hands together.
Hello. So, in the sea of your applause, ovations, I will shake hands with our dear minister. I'm from the heart of the northern Lithuania, and I will try to prove to you that at the white board where it says Vilnius at the end of Ukmergės Street, it's crossed with a red line, so it means that Vilnius ends, so it doesn't mean that electromobility also ends here. So a couple of 100 kilometers away there is Joniškis, and in our municipality in the year 2020 we had a situation when we had no signs of renewable energy. We just said at the preparation of our strategy, and differently from other municipalities, we were preparing our strategy with the involvement of the community. About 100 just regular persons participated, and we included lots of green strategy. That included people who really cared about what will happen in a few years, and we will have at least the concept of electromobility in Joniškis district. We paid a lot of attention to the strategic target, and I would argue about the price, which was mentioned at 2.5 times or 3 times less. So when we have the whole package, like solar power plants, the storage station, charging points, EV, public services. So many services are provided by the municipality for free because EVs are charged during the night. And since 2019, we have a centralized agreement with the power grid, and that the price is sometimes negative, like minus. So in this context, we can provide such services for the drivers of the EVs. So we provide that also for health workers. So talking about the renewable energy and development of the resources in Joniškis, it started in 2020 after we signed an agreement with the for installation of solar power plants on the roofs of municipality buildings, and we mainly chose the budgetary institutions which use most of the energy. And at the first stage we had 7 solar power plants, so on the roofs of the buildings of health facilities and municipal buildings. Then in the next stage another 15 solar power plants were installed. So basically our administrative buildings are equipped with solar power, and the next stage was the electric storage next to the solar power plants, and we know that the benefit of such storage devices is very huge. And the hospital of Joniškis district, having its storage, it applies it as a precautionary measure in addition to generators in extreme situations when they have trainings on that. And we had that in mind, and the healthcare institutions were the first ones to be equipped with the solar power and with the energy storage devices, and we feel the benefits of that. And especially we feel when we have an opportunity to select the storage facilities with such a technology where they can be controlled remotely and apply different modes depending on the hourly rates from the power exchange in different markets, and that helps us to save. And as I mentioned, that our EVs are driving for free. And now we are at the final stage. So in addition to all solar power plants, we have installed our storage infrastructure, with the total storage of 1,300 kilowatt hours. And we also use the measures of electromobility, and in the administrative buildings, in the healthcare institutions, we have installed charging stations which are really operating. And the only problem we have now is the delivery. We are waiting for electric buses. We have vans for educational institutions. We have EVs for the healthcare institutions. The procedures have already been made, so it's a matter of delivery, and the outpatient services will be provided by using electric vehicles. And we have talks about the driving of school children to schools, and the municipality is an example in this case, how to show people that electric vehicle, electric car is everyday thing, can be everyday thing in such municipalities which are far from the center of the country, and it's a mode of transport which really pays off. And today our main work has been done. We have the source, we have charging stations, we are waiting for the cars, and each time when we go to some other town further away, we talk to people, we show the EVs, we talk about the solar power, about the storage devices, because municipality is the example, because people need an example. And we have, in the context of program of the government, we have things which have facilitated the development of charging stations in our municipality. We are the managers of the land in our town and around surroundings, so we have taken decisions for the expansion of charging stations, so we are faster. Once we have approved in our municipal council the numbers of charging stations, we have planned additional 10 charging stations. There's no real need for that today, but after seeing our example and hearing about our example in the report by the mayor, in the report of the municipality, people, of course, understood its effect and the benefit. And now I'm ready to answer your questions. If I haven't proved yet that even in a small municipality which is far away from Vilnius, we are moving forward in fast steps, and I'm ready and I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Vitalijus, for beautiful example and inspiration. Now we will start the first discussion of today, and I am just reminding to you that all of you can ask questions after scanning this QR code. I saw only one question so far, so I think you can do really better. And now when the event has been ongoing for a while, so don't be afraid to ask whatever you have on your heart. Now I invite on the stage Vitalijus Gailius back on the stage. You are to participate in the discussion. Vice Minister of Energy, Daiva Garbaliauskaitė. Please put your hands together harder, make some more noise. It's just the beginning of the conference. Also, the Agnė Bagočiūtė, the director of Lithuanian Energy Agency. Now it's better. Now, Deputy Minister of Transport and Communications, Mindaugas Tarnauskas. Head of Network Development Service of ESO, Ovidijus Martinonis. There are so many of us on stage that there will be no place for me. And representative of the community of owners of multi-apartment houses in Vilnius, in Taurijos Street, Nerijus Burdulis. Is there enough place for me? Okay, I'll sit here. I have my headset, so I will start asking questions for Agne.
You spoke about the trends, you demonstrated the latest data about electric vehicles and the infrastructure. So based on the data, do you know, or can you speak about the forecast for the coming 5, 10 or 20 years? Thank you. Forecasts are something that is difficult to make because life sometimes makes corrections. But if we have the same trends we have this year, as I have mentioned, this year, citizens and companies are registering on average about 700 electric vehicles. That's per month. So if we have 24,000 and almost a half at the moment, we believe that at the end of the year we may approach 27,000 electric vehicles. And if the growth rates will remain the same or they will be even higher, then in 2030 we can think that we can forecast to have about 200,000 electric electric vehicles. Currently, the fleet is 1,700,000. Most of them, most of the vehicles are diesel vehicles. So if we could have 200,000 among those 1.7 million, I think that would be pretty significant. And then we wouldn't have to think about the myths. And we can see that currently in Lithuania, the growth rates are really better than in the neighboring countries. Our growth rate was about 17%, while it was about 4% in Poland, and the rates in Latvia even decreased. So Lithuanians are thinking about electric vehicles. However, they prefer PHEV, not BEV. We understand that the prices are getting cheaper, and also financing from your agency is available. And there is another question from the participants. What are the communication methods you use to announce about the calls? We are trying to do that directly. In a few weeks, we will have a meeting in Panevėžys. Our colleagues will provide consultations, and everybody will be able to come and ask questions. On the 26th and 27th of September, there will be an exhibition in Vilnius, then another one in Klaipėda, and we are doing our best to make sure that the citizens or legal persons can address us lively. Also, you can see quite a lot of information on the website of our agency and the Ministry of Energy, because the ministry is the initiator of this idea, and we are the ones who implement it. I can see that we are getting more questions, and it would be great to have the name of the person you are asking next to your question. So another question to you, Agne. Are you planning support for electric charging stations for natural persons? Before this event, we discussed with the minister and the vice minister that there is an increasing popularity, and our agency is providing financing to legal persons. But those can be people who belong to some associations, communities, and the agency is planning to allocate the financing, because as I mentioned, it's the ministry which is giving the financing, and we are just allocating. Actually, the accumulation devices, the storage devices are very important to make sure that we can have enough electricity for increasing electricity needs in our industry and everywhere. And It is important to adjust the infrastructure to those changes. So the ministry is planning several tools, 150 million for legal persons for storage devices, and now this support is already discussed with the EU Commission, and we expect positive results. And what is important today, speaking about electromobility, about natural persons who have solar batteries installed, who have an electric vehicle, those are also storage devices, and the support is also planned for the period until November. And we believe that it should also be very popular, and we encourage to find out about it and use this tool. Vice Minister, there are more questions from the audience. So the question is, why is there no support for natural persons for electric vehicles charged from the network? Yes, that's a good question. Why is there no support for natural persons for vehicles which are charged from the network? Who asked this question? Can you explain? Can you make the question more specific? We do not hear when the speaker speaks without microphone. We cannot hear or translate because no microphone is used. The person told to those who are watching on the internet that natural persons get less support than legal persons. Was the question correct? Yeah, that's for plug-in hybrid vehicles. A brief answer from the ministry. The support is provided only to BEV, and VAT is valid for VAT pairs. That's the condition. You see, we get the answer from the participants. So another question to the Vice Minister. Maybe it will not be as difficult as the previous. What do you think? How will the rapid development of electric vehicles what impact will it have on the development of the electricity infrastructure? All the sectors are moving towards decarbonization and electrification. And speaking about electricity generation, we can see that solar and wind producers who are also using this electricity, those numbers are increasing, and we can see that we have a goal to achieve 100% of national generation from renewable sources by 2030, and we also see that 1 terawatt-hour of all this demand will be used for electric vehicles. That's a huge amount, but we can see that we are moving along a correct way, and we have planned about 10 gigawatts of different renewable sources, which will be able to satisfy the demand due to electromobility development. And also it's important to address the development of the infrastructure, as the minister has mentioned. We have already planned, and we have already started a tool for the development of the networks, electricity networks. That's over 29 million, and that's to adjust to the new needs, to make sure that the development of electromobility is faster and more innovative. I will not talk about storage facilities, but that is also a very important element in this puzzle. This conference also aims to talk about things that have already been done. So what do you think? What are the main achievements in electromobility over the last 5 years? I'd say there are a few things. First, the things on the strategic level, that's planning and making sure that electromobility gets moving. That's the strategy of national energy independence, the action plan, also the electromobility development plan. Those important documents which ensure that electromobility is not only something we talk about, but it's also strategic documents which enable us to keep moving, to look for financing tools, and to see what we need, not only to encourage the support, but also support for storage, solar batteries, and so on, so that all the system moves in the same direction. On the other hand, apart from the strategic level, I'd say that we can see the changes in our environment, in the numbers of solar batteries being installed in our country and our neighboring countries. The rates were really extremely high this year. The numbers of people who want electric power stations to be installed at their homes were really record numbers, and also we can see that we already have 24,000 electric vehicles, as we have already mentioned. So we see that the numbers are increasing by times, not percentage. And we see huge big charging hubs, and we are very happy that our infrastructure is adjusting to that and enables this to appear in Lithuania. And one more question, which goes either to... You can choose who will answer. Don't you think that one minister should be responsible for electromobility? Maybe then the challenges would be controlled in a more systematic way. I say that the cooperation between ministries over the last few years has been very successful, and I believe that the ministry which is responsible for the infrastructure, another ministry which is responsible for mobility, they both have a very good synergy. And meanwhile, I would like to thank the colleagues for working together, but maybe we could ask the Ministry of Communications. Hello, I could only agree, because I believe that working together with the other ministries generates good results, and we can be happy about them. So the numbers are talking for themselves. Would you like to add something? No. So if there are employees of the ministries, you can applaud yourselves. The results talk for themselves.
Dar vienas klausimas Vitalijui Gailiui. Jūs taip gražiai
Another question to Vitalijus Gailius. You shared so nicely about the success story of your municipality. I would be interested, what challenges do municipalities face when they are developing such infrastructure? Thank you for the question. I would probably go to talk about electric vehicles. Today I came not with an electric car, because that would make a journey longer, and I would have to leave not at 5 a.m., but at 2 a.m. Did you sleep last night? Probably. The main thing is very simple, because I don't want to get a car which just goes 500 kilometers, because it's very expensive, very luxurious. In the administration of our municipality, we use middle-class cars, which cover, after being charged overnight at the charging station in municipality, so they can go for up to 300 kilometers. So everything is nice within the boundaries of our municipality. As it comes to buses, we have buses adapted for a town. We have our town buses, and it's enough to have 1 or 2 electric buses. But we would like to have buses which go also to other towns, villages. That includes gravel roads with where the quality of driving is worse. So only now our needs are being reflected. But at the beginning we were talking only about EVs and electric buses. But now we are buying buses which are good for driving on other types of roads within the municipality. So yes, we have challenges. We have challenges also with other purchases, procurements. I'm talking about school buses, about cars for healthcare workers. So I want to send a message to the market. Today, we need vehicles for providers of initial medical aid, but we will need cars also for ambulances. Today we are looking for cars for our education system, and those cars, of course, have to be coordinated and applied to people with disabilities, adapted. So today I see one of the challenges in the market when we don't have a choice, and the delivery time is really long. It's getting shorter, but we have been waiting for quite long. And talking about the development and what we have now, what would help you now to motivate this electromobility and the infrastructure in your region and for other colleagues from other regions? What would help? So when it comes to the legal framework, we have developed that. And I think if the business would take the risk, because today, according to the number of registered EVs, the return on investment cannot be so fast if they install the charging stations, although we have provided all the environment. But I think but we have not received a lot of interest from the business. to install charging stations yet. So now another question. Vitalius mentioned that he woke up at 5 a.m. If he had to go by electric car, he would have to spend a sleepless night and leave at midnight. I'm joking. But do you think broader infrastructure improve this insecurity of people about the charging station? That's a very good question, and I agree with the statement, but probably we can say how happy we are about the results that we have today. So since the year 2021, the number of consumers, users, owners of EVs has grown 5 times. So today, in the first days of September, we have over 20-something thousand owners. And when we talk about the infrastructure of charging stations, we can say the same thing. In the year 2021, we had 300 public charging stations. As of today, these numbers are much higher. They have increased 5-fold. We have 1,800 public charging stations. For that, we have additional instruments for expansion of the infrastructure, and they have been started. And in 2023, it was planned the instrument of 90 million euros up to 2026. And we have received application for 8.7 million euros, and we have planned 800 charging stations. So with this whole instrument of support, we have planned up to the year 2026 to support 7,000 public charging stations by the highways of state importance and in municipalities. So when we talk about the problems and challenges, this will help to resolve them. And what about the cooperation between the government and the business can help to expand this infrastructure? Of course, cooperation with the business is extremely necessary. We can also say how happy we are that in addition to the numbers I mentioned, that is 1,800 EV charging stations, we have about 50 operators which operate these stations. These numbers are increasing, and that's only natural. Of course, we can feel that in certain municipalities the interest from the business side is higher at one place and lower in other place, but as the number of owners of EVs is growing, so probably the business will turn their attention to that and get involved in this development. I want to send another message. When we talked with a colleague, Eglė, we looked through our problems in our municipality that we are facing in foreseeing the installation of EV charging station. So one of the main problems is the issue of the network, because the power. Because everybody wants to have high power charging, fast chargers, but it's complicated. When we talk about the power, and in terms of electromobility, it's the supply, demand, and planning. So starting with the beginning, so we are really happy that the number of EVs is growing and number of charging stations, and we have this breakthrough from the grid. Also, big leap in that big leap in 2023 was planned already in 2021, and everything goes in stages in life. So when we talk about the number of electric vehicles and the network, so our goal is that this network that we install, that it will be used as fully as possible. So what we started in 2021, we would have the network which is bigger than the number of vehicles. So what we have planned with all the municipalities, the plan was to decide how many charging stations we need in each municipality by 2030, and we are implementing those plans. And we have to turn our attention to the fact that it's a matter of investment and time. What we do costs quite a lot. So we have to combine those two things, and we have charging points which can be connected fast and can provide the power, but the location might be not convenient for the residents. So it's a matter of cooperation. The grid is not developed equally, uniformly over Lithuania, so it's a matter of planning. But as we see, those charging points are being installed where the power is not enough. They are looking for alternatives, and it's a matter of planning. And in the long-term perspective, the development was the most intense in the urbanized territories, and the plan later is to go to non-urbanized places next to the highways, and the network is not developed. When the people say that there is not enough power, it's not the case. When we develop the network and how many stations we connect, so this amounts less than 10% of what is possible. So again, it's a matter of money and time. But you, as a representative of electricity distribution network, so what can be done to expand this network of development of charging stations? So those charging stations which are connected, our goal is to use them effectively. And what we are talking and discussing with the participants of the market, so if we install a station up to 20 kilowatts, they are used by 15%, and that's the maximum. So our goal is to give the power to the market, but the market has to use it. If we made input of 100 kilowatts, so use it, because people have different habits, so flexibility is necessary. How to use those services, that's one thing. The next thing is what we see. We see good development is the use of existing powers, like shopping centers. They come and say that we want to install stations, and we see that it's enough to use the existing internal network without the need for additional power network. So what challenges do you see going from single charging stations to charging hubs or parks? So the challenge is those big spots for half megawatt or full megawatt. It's not a problem, not a challenge, but it's a planning. We need to plan in advance, and if we think and we understand that between Kaunas and Klaipėda we want to make a big spot and there's only one line there, so to make it possible we need only time and investment, and if we plan in advance it can be done. Another question is from Slido, and it's second most popular question. Thank you for the anonymous person who asked this question. Maybe the Vice Minister want to answer why the answer to the application takes 6 to 9 months. Why so long? So it doesn't take 6 to 9 months when all the necessary documents are provided. So I mentioned the documents because we always look through, we provide the standard form for people to be able to use them in the most expedient way. And one of the ideas to get faster funding is to connect the application for the support with the application for the payment. And what we see very such bad mistakes and which takes time, that just the deed of transfer acceptance is not provided or it's not signed, then the declaration of one company is not provided. These are standard, and those mistakes sound really basic or primitive, but they cost time. So if you provide the documents the way we ask them, according to our exemplified forms, which ease the submission of the application, so the examination of it will not take so long. I see Nerijus. I want to add, we were the ones who asked for such support. We had very little number of people, low number of people who applied. So please apply. When they call, we tell them what to do. It's not like with solar plants when you fill out an application and you don't know if you will receive support. Here it will be easy. There had been no problems so far. It's a great compliment to the agency. I would say that, yes, you need to read the documents carefully, what you are being asked for and what you need to submit. And we are improving ourselves, and we see the possibilities for digitalization, to reduce the number of documents, to standardize things, to be able to fill out, for people to understand it easier. Maybe businesses are more used to filling out some documentation, and we are not stopping at this, and we see the possibilities, and I think that next year in this conference we'll tell them about more novelties. And could you remind, for those who ask those questions, where they can find the information about the documents listed exactly, so not to forget anything? So at the beginning, if you are thinking about the funding and you want to submit an application, you have to open our website of our agency. That's www.na.lt. You will see an invitation announcement. When you apply and submit your application, you receive a reply with a letter, and we always review it, and we provide links to the forms, and the deed of transfer acceptance. That's, you can see them in the letters for the funding. And it's also in the app for application for support, and which we looked just today and updated it. We reduced the number of processes, and as I mentioned, those who have already installed electric charging access points, and those who are legal judicial bodies, they can apply for a special application, and that reduces the examination time. So
Nerijus, you have already talked, but can you tell us how you managed to install the charging stations? Because we know that it is more complicated to do in multi-flat buildings. First of all, thank you to the neighbor who said, Nerijus, let's do it. It took quite a long time. There were challenges which we had not expected, some technical issues. If you have an individual house, you need just to get a wire. Here we needed about 2 kilometers of wires, and sometimes you don't even expect such things, but everything went quite smoothly, and it was okay with the agency. They answered all the questions. And also there were challenges related to the charging stations themselves, because it was very difficult to find something you really want at a price that is acceptable. But we were doing everything 2 years ago. Now everything has improved. And also we had to persuade the residents that we definitely need that. That was also a challenge because the first attempt was not quite successful, and then we had to do it again, but then we suggested that people will have just a regular socket apart to that to vacuum clean the car, for example, and it helped. And then there were only technical issues, how to do things, and everything went very smooth. And at the beginning, there was only one neighbor with an EV. Now we have already 3, and at least 2 are going to buy in the future. So I believe that we have to start with infrastructure, and other things will come later. Do the residents of multi-flat houses capable? Are they capable of operating such things? Yes, we have private land. We've been doing this since 2015. Everything is okay, plus there are administrators who can also do that. We also addressed to the administrator of the house to help us with it, and they said, no, we can't, because there are things, additional things to do, so we had to do everything ourselves. But as I said, there were neighbors who were really willing to implement that. So that's the issue of community too, yes. Since our discussion is coming to an end, I have a question which is not so serious. We have discussed serious things, and after this discussion we are going to have a break, we'll have some coffee, feed our brain. So if EVs could talk, what would the main complaints regarding the infrastructure be? Who would like to start just before the break? Let's start from the left. I don't know. When we had 2G, 3G, and you had to find good internet, you had to get on a bus and look for the spot. Now, comparing this to the infrastructure, maybe the main complaint is that you have to leave very early, as Vitalijus said, and you cannot go far enough. Who else would like to add something? If I were an EV, I would like to charge at home. And in this case, we also started with a question about the forecasts, right? The forecast for the development, but the forecasts and the growth do not come out of the blue sky. While Lithuanians are are buying increasingly more EVs. First of all, those are the decisions which help to acquire an EV. There is financing, there is infrastructure, and also an attractive possibility of having a whole package of services. If we have solar batteries, it's becoming even more convenient to have an EV apart to other things, besides other things, especially regardless of the information about growing electricity prices. We can see that our facts and numbers in the slide show that they are not high at the moment, and driving an EV is 2 times cheaper than driving a conventional car. I will not be able to participate in the second part, so I would like to ask, will anybody compensate the increase of power, because now this price has increased very much. I have a charging station 22 kilowatts. The standard power is 5 in a flat, so to increase the power I would have to pay about 1,500 euros. There is a compensation in place already now. 50% is covered by the operator. We are not planning to increase the intensity, but I would like to draw your attention, if you want a charging station, first you have to go to SO website and check how much power you are using at the current moment. I checked it myself and I saw that my maximum is 3 kilowatts. So if you have 9 kilowatts, check how much you use. The financed charging stations are with a dynamic control. You can install a charging station which will automatically adjust to your existing power. Maybe you don't need 18, you need, maybe 3 or 4 is enough. So if you make all good calculations, maybe you won't have to pay 1,500, because it's important to know how much you need exactly. Because very often people think that if the charging station is 11, then I need 11, not necessarily. And another serious question to Daiva and Mindaugas, in the light of the war in Ukraine, do we have a plan what would happen in extreme situations if the electricity networks were damaged? We had a storm quite recently, and a war would be something like that. It's difficult to comment, but what we do thinking of the storms, we see that the nature is becoming more angry due to the climate change, and as an operator we have to be better prepared, and the last storm highlighted the areas of improvement, so we have plans for that. I'd say that we have an integrated plan of the critical infrastructure, and we also have objectives in the national generation development, because that means lower dependence on the imports. So I would say that it is a complex thing. We are learning a lot of things from the Ukraine. That's huge experience, and of course it came through very negative experiences in Ukraine, but that's an example where and what we should improve in our system, how we should protect the critical infrastructure and how we should prepare for that. But I wanted to come back to that fun question. I wouldn't would like to finish with a negative message. So if I wear an EV, I kept thinking, I can see a heading in the social networks. There is a saying that I am what I eat. So I think if I was an EV, I would be a vegetarian or a vegan, and I'd ask my owner to give me green electricity. I wouldn't like to get imported or polluted energy. That's a good point. Thank you. Vitalius, you wanted to say something else. Speaking about extreme situations, I talked about that a little bit in my presentation. I spoke about power stations on healthcare institutions, which could ensure their autonomous operation. And if I were an EV, I would ask the producer to make me a little bit smaller than S-Class, make me drive longer distances, being a vehicle of a smaller class. And looking at the Minister of Communication, I want to say I don't want to drive on gravel roads, unpaved roads. Thank you, the participants of the discussion. Let's have coffee now, and let's come back at 11. Thank you.
Mano mikrofonas. O, įjungia, kaip gerai.
Hello.
Sveiki susirinkę po pertraukos. Taip,
So welcome after the break. You've been discussing so much with the coffee. You didn't want to come back, but it's really worth it. We have 4 nice presentations with expert insights, and then the final discussion. So without further ado, I would like to invite Virginia Christochowitz, who is the head of the National Center for Charging Infrastructure in Europe, NOW GmbH.
Thank you very much for having me. So yes, my name is Christochowitz. I work for the National Center for Charging Infrastructure in Germany, and I'm a manager for European Regulatory Affairs. So I very much focus at the moment on R4 and the EPBD. You might have heard of it. Let me see if this works. No? Yes. So I work for the NOW. Which was founded in 2008 and is a federally owned company and is instructed and commissioned by the German federal ministries. And we're a partner of the German federal government with regard to the topics of mobility and technology. And our vision is a climate neutral society. Today, we're going to focus on charging infrastructure because it is the strategy of the German government to put charging infrastructure first in order to also ramp up electric mobility in Germany. For this, we founded the Nationale Leitstelle Ladeinfrastruktur, which is the National Center for Charging Infrastructure, and it is commissioned and financed by the Bundesministerium für Digitales und Verkehr, the Ministry for Transport. So, our goal is, does it work? Yeah. 15 million electric vehicles by 2030, and at the moment we're at 1.4 million. So this is already a lot, but also Germany, of course, is a car country, so a hugely discussed topic. Yeah, well, first, of course, you have the early market, you have the tech enthusiasts, the visionaries, but what we really have to reach is the mainstream market, and now the question is, how do we get there? As I already mentioned, our approach very much focuses on putting charging infrastructure first in order to reach people, to address reach anxiety is what we call it in Germany, that you don't get from A to B without charging. And yeah, so we developed what is called the Charging Infrastructure Master Plan. It's 68 measures which we developed together with the public and private actors, and we also implement them together. It's very broad in scope. It addresses the fields of grid planning, municipalities, is a data-driven innovation, and also heavy-duty vehicles, like a huge topic. The strategy was adopted by the federal government in October 2022, and the English version is also available. I will, of course, share the slide in the follow-up. Well, so our approach really starts off with 7 use cases forming the charging system. We divide the non-public and the public sphere. Here you can see the non-public sphere is, yeah, detached house, apartment houses, and the employee where you can charge. And the public sphere is customer parking, street space, and of course, inner city charging hubs or charging hubs at access. Right now, we are at about 115,000 charging points, public charging points in Germany, of which around 17% are fast charging points. And yeah, so as you can see, the trend really goes to increasing power output. And our approach really is to make the experience of charging more like refueling. So it has to be fast, and we really have to focus on power output, which is a huge issue for the grid planning as well. And this is really where our Ministry for Transport has to collaborate with the Ministry for Energy very closely. Here there's a little mistake, should be 3. We can count, I assure you. Yeah, for reliable charging infrastructure, it has to be comprehensive. Charging points must be built nationwide in advance and where users expect them. And it has to be demand-based. The number of charging points and the capacity must meet future demands as well. And for this, we do many clean room talks, etc. And it has to be user-friendly. This is really what we put first. Charging points must provide easy access and transparent pricing models. So we're very proud in Germany of our data-driven analysis. And here you can see our Standort tool. It's a location tool analyzing charging demand. And we really try to find a way to match where is there demand and where are available locations. And this, in the end, we used for our most successful project up to date, which is called the Deutschlandnetz, or the Germany network. It's a nationwide fast charging network. It's a new approach combining public tenders in addition to funding. And the goal is a nationwide fast charging network for medium and long-range travels. And we really want to close foreseeable gaps. So what we want to address is on the map blank spaces where businesses are not probably going to invest because they don't expect demand. So, but still we have to ensure that people get from A to B and can charge on their way and can fast charging on the way. So this is really what this tries to address. So the scope is the installation and operation of at least 1,000 fast charging sites with 4 to 16 charging points within predetermined areas and locations. And 200 sites will be along the German Autobahn, and 900 sites are in urban and rural regions. It's a contract-based approach which ensures a reliable installation and operation of charging sites and common rules regarding payment options and quality. This is really where we already preceded our field targets regarding interoperability, etc. already. Where do I? One back? No. So the next issue is going to be heavy-duty vehicles. So an initial charging network is needed. And more and more manufacturers announced the launch of electric long-distance truck models. And businesses expect consistent standards and high reliability in their sensitive logistics operations, of course. Here, really every minute counts. It's very planned. They have breaks that have to be planned, but which, of course, also you can use for fast charging. But yeah, again, it's a considerable challenge for power grids due to the high charging capacities and, of course, site availability. The charging scenarios also vary from those for flight-duty vehicles. Here, the non-public sphere can be divided in company-owned premises, other company premises, and mobile charging points, whereas the public sphere would be transshipment points, charging hubs in industrial estates, and charging hubs on highways. We started off with OEM clean room talks. They were anonymous with all OEMs or heavy-duty vehicle manufacturers operating in Germany. And what we can see is that they really expect battery electric vehicles to take up most significantly. Another challenge for the heavy-duty initial charging network will be how do we allocate spaces. Here you can see there's this fishbone parking structure for trucks, which is of course a great use of space, but somehow we have to translate this into a great charging experience for truck drivers, and this, as you can see, probably requires a lot more space. Also the cables, if they come overhead, or you need huge charging capacities, the cables are going to be very big. They need a lot of space next to the truck. So all of this has to be taken into account. What we came up with, again, based on our data-driven approach, is the initial network for our e-trucks, which will be 355 locations, 224 serviced rest areas, 130 unserviced rest areas, with 1,803 MCS and 2,397 CCS charging points, which will result in a network coverage of 94% and charging demand coverage of 2/3. Yes, so all of this is embedded into, at the moment, the AFIR, which also is interesting for Lithuania. We all have to reach the same targets, 60 kilometers distance in the end. What is AFIR? Just in general for everyone who hasn't worked with it before, it's mandatory infrastructure deployment targets for road, maritime and aviation, improving the quality of user experience at electric and recharging, and hydrogen refueling infrastructure, and technical specifications to improve interoperability. and, of course, reporting mechanisms to ensure that targets are met by the member states. And yeah, so now we reach a new stage in Germany, and this is scaling and profitability and current and future challenges. And so next is an increased ambition, of course, for example, CO2 targets for new cars, the geopolitical situation. We have to take into account grid integration due to the increasing number and capacity of charging points, easy access to sites, improvement of approval procedures. At the moment, they take a long time in Germany. There's lots of paperwork. We really have to work on that. And yeah, charging across Europe, consistent targets and standards, the electrification beyond cars, electric heavy-duty vehicles, and of course, the federal responsibility to safeguard a coherent development. And with this, I thank you very much, and feel free to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Virginia. The questions will be ready during the panel discussion.
Okay.
Kaip matote, šiek tiek šiandieną
As
perjunginėjame iš
you
anglų į
can
lietuvių,
see,
bet
today we are
tikiuosi
switching
supratote.
between
Ir tik noriu
languages,
priminti, kad
but I hope that you understood, and I just want to remind that you can scan the QR card to ask questions to the speakers, which I will read during the panel discussion. And now I would like to invite the manager of EV Club Poland, Łukasz Lewandowski, who will talk about electromobility and opportunity for Central and Eastern Europe.
Hello. All right, thanks. Here's my timer. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me. Oh, thanks. It will be useful. Yeah, so I'm Łukasz Lewandowski. I'm from Poland. I'm representing two organizations here today. The first one is PSNM. It's a Polish New Mobility Association. And the second one is EV Club Poland, which is association regarding to the EV drivers. So at first I will show you what we do in Poland and present you our organizations. Then I will show you some numbers, how e-mobility looks like in Poland, how many electric vehicles we've got already, what are the forecasts. And I would like to share today, during that conference, what we already done, regarding electric mobility, what are the plans and programs we implemented already. So, starting with the Polish New Mobility Association, we are associating the companies. Already over 270 companies and businesses are our members, and over 100 institutional partners like municipalities, so we collaborate with them. 2016 is our year of establishment. So we basically do some advisory, and we are non-governmental organization. We collaborate with the companies and municipalities. We do some surveys, reports, etc. But here you can see, for example, our partners, the companies or partners or members, the companies that are our members, and we collaborate with them. So as I mentioned, it's already 270 companies like this, and because they're from different sectors, because different sectors are going into electric and this transition to zero-emission transport, we divided them. You can see on the left-hand side the committees. We divided them to the committees, like, for example, automotive committee. So all that OEM brands are representing this automotive community, public infrastructure, operators committee, battery committee, logistic and transport committee, etc. So we divided all of them like this. And here on the right-hand side, there are some projects and programs that our events that we already have been doing for last few years. And I will tell you later about it here, for example. What we are doing as a New Mobility Association is, for example, mentioning about EV charging infrastructure. Yeah, we definitely, if we want to electrify the passenger cars or heavy-duty trucks, we need to develop charging infrastructure, and that's the biggest issue in Poland, for example. And we need to spend much of our efforts to build this infrastructure, because there is lack of power on the highways, in the multi-family buildings, etc. So we are trying to listen the voice of the business and listen the voice of the customers as EV drivers, and then we are trying to talk with the government, and even we are writing the acts for them. What should be done? What changes should be done actually to develop charging infrastructure faster? Actually, mentioning about heavy-duty transport, this is what we are facing right now. I will tell you by the end of this presentation more how heavy-duty vehicles market looks like in Poland, and what are our plans, what we do. I don't know if you know, but in Poland we are one of the biggest, or in Europe we are the biggest manufacturer of the batteries for passenger cars. So that's why we do care a lot about the batteries, and this is also the presentation why and how we, as the CE region, can gain and develop our countries and our economies in terms of e-mobility. So I will tell you that later as well, something about this. Development of clean transport zones. So yeah, we are advising the municipalities how to do it. We are showing to the municipalities the cases from foreign countries, and we already a few months ago we already implemented first low emission zone finally in Warsaw. So as you can see, we are also starting from scratch almost. We are at the beginning of that e-mobility road, and there is a lot of things to do still ahead of us. So for example, there is a lot of myths about catching fire. EVs are catching fire. I don't know if it's popular subject here in Lithuania, but in Poland, all the media, when there is one fire of one electric car, all the media are talking about that, and no one is talking that 30 to 40 ICE cars are burning a day. Yeah, so this is it. We also create such an event like EV Experience. So we are trying to give the opportunity to potential customers to have a test drive on a racetrack by different EVs. So for example, this year we organized over 70 different EV models and organized such an event. And the second organization that I'm CEO, it's EV Club Poland, and we are right now associate over 9,000 EV drivers, and I would like to share with you that it's crucial part as well, because thanks to that we've got such a club or association, we can ask end customers, so EV drivers, what problems they're facing, and because of that, we are, for example, conducting some surveys, writing reports, and based on that, we can discuss with business what should they change or improve in their services or products. And here, some numbers about our Polish market. On the left-hand side, you can see number of passenger cars, electric ones, but battery electric and plug-in hybrid as well. So as you can see, by the end of the previous year, we've got almost 100,000 EVs on the roads. Right now, it's 122,000 vehicles like this. You can see the percentage, how it's changing, how it's increasing. In the middle, you can see number of newly registered electric passenger cars. And on the right-hand side, there is an infrastructure. How is charging infrastructure developing in Poland? How many charging points do we have right now? So right now, it's over, currently, in this month, it was over 7,000 charging points. And you can see how it's divided between AC and DC chargers. And what we do as New Mobility Association as well is, for example, making some forecasts for coming years. So taking into the account all the incentives program, like local governmental programs or from the EU, we are making predictions, forecasts. So as you can see, this is the electric vehicle, but not including the PHEVs, only battery electric vehicles. So we expect that by the end of the decade, about 840,000 battery electric vehicles on our roads. And on the right, you can see same forecast in same year, but for charging infrastructure. So still we've got 6K right now, or 7, and we expect it will be over 80,000 charging points. And here are some case studies, what we implemented, or our government implemented already. So it's Act on Electromobility and Alternative Fuels. So actually, because of that, it was a crucial point. It was implemented in February 2018. And here are some examples what this act includes. So it exists of duty. EV drivers are able to drive on the bus lines. And here there are, some mentioning about the clean transport zones as well, and the rules, how it should be implemented. There are some PIT or taxes, deductible expense up to more than in compare. So you can treat EVs as like a cost in your company, and this is more than in compared to ICE cars. And in all the parking spaces in the public parking, there is exempts for battery electric vehicles in the whole country. For example, in 2020, we also implemented the green license plates for EVs, so they are more visible for everyone. And we've got some efforts, we are not only focusing on the passenger cars, but we are also focusing on the green public transport, like electrifying the buses. We are thinking about also the distribution system grid, of course, passenger cars, so some incentives for buying electric vehicles like passenger cars and light-duty vehicles, and some incentives to charging infrastructure. Unfortunately, we've got only 15 minutes, so I don't want to, going through all that programs in very detailed way, but I can discuss it and send it out later, this presentation with all the details. So here is the program called MyEV, and it's addressed to the natural person and entrepreneurs regarding the incentives for buying passenger cars and light-duty vehicles. So we also do care a lot about vans or light-duty vehicles, because it's important. This last mile delivery is very, very important to convince business to change its fleet to zero emission. And here are the numbers how the fleet is changing. And as you can see, these vans are mostly 96% are owned or bought by the companies. And this is here the slide where I would like to emphasize that e-mobility is the opportunity for our economies. So here are the companies listed in Poland, what they are doing, and they are related to e-mobility. They are not only car manufacturers, they are also the charging infrastructure manufacturers like DC charging, AC cables, batteries. As I mentioned, we are right now the leader of the manufacturing batteries for passenger electric vehicles in Europe. So as you can see, there is huge opportunity as well as for heavy-duty trucks, for electrifying the buses and all the transportation. And last but not least is what I want to mention about the heavy-duty transportation. Here, or in Poland, we are the leaders of having number register of trucks in Europe. And we, right now, are facing the problem that we need to electrify all of them. So it's the kind of the problem for this branch, but we are trying to help them, and we are cooperating with our government to support it. So here you can see the numbers, how electric heavy-duty trucks are rolling out right now, and who is the leader, and who is the leader right now, and what we need to do is not only incentive the buying the heavy-duty trucks, but very, very important thing is charging infrastructure for them as well. So this is one of the main issues that we are facing right now. We are working on it, and it's very, very important for DSO, so distribution system operators as well, because they need a lot of power on the highway. The power capacity must be provided for them. And last slide, I would like to invite all of you, because as I mentioned, it's only 15 minutes. So I would like to invite you to the New Mobility Congress that we are organizing by the end of this month from 24th to 26th of September. So those are 3 days we are talking about everything related with e-mobility: batteries, hydrogen, electric cars, electric charging infrastructure, etc. And I know that it was very quick, but as I mentioned, it's not much time. But I'm available for you after this discussion panel. So thank you, and looking for collaboration with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Łukasz. Tik 15 minučių, bet labai
only 15 minutes, but very efficient, a lot of information. I could see that you are already posting questions, because Łukasz, as well as other experts, will participate in the panel discussion. And as I have mentioned, there will be a lot of professionals today, so I am inviting the CEO of L-Drive Lithuania, Tomas Tamašauskas.
Hello, everybody. Thomas couldn't come here today, so presentation will be done by me, Paulius. As I was introduced, today we will talk about the unique concept, what we are developing in the Baltic countries. That's the electric vehicle charging hubs. We are L-Drive operator of charging network, and we are one of the few companies who have dedicated themselves to develop a national charging network in Lithuania. We are also operating in several markets, and we can be proud that we operate more than 1,500 charging stations in Lithuania. So we have something to tell and to share. So let's start. What we have today, the infrastructure of charging of EVs, as you see, it's accumulated mainly in major cities, the state, and we are ready to contribute and to reach over 60,000 public and private charging points by 2030. Of course, the number of public charging points will be less. State is planning about 6,000, but as we see, this number will exceed the expectations. What we have today is around 1,800 charging points, and we are operating about half of it, and there are 5 other companies which operate the public networks. So this market is actively growing, and I expect to have this number doubled by next year. The focus is on the main roads of the country. We have the 2 main arteries, that's Vilnius, Kaunas, and Kaunas Klaipėda. And as we see, we don't have much big infrastructure which would be convenient for the users. We have up to 10 charging locations where 2 to 4 EVs can be charged at the same time. So situation dictates that there is a need, there is a demand, and we will try to fulfill it. Why did it happen so that currently the Lithuanian roads are lagging behind from the general trend for electric vehicles? The technology itself, the EVs were developing faster than probably Lithuania was able to invest. And as we know, the major part of charging stations on Lithuanian roads are those which were installed about 5 years ago by Lithuanian Road Directorate, which are rather weak. And this is a small number, and the need is quite higher now. So the general increase of number of electric vehicles dictates that there are not enough charging stations. And also the road infrastructure is lagging behind from the needs dictated by the market today. Let's look into the consumers. According to the surveys and market research, about 70% of users have that range anxiety because the driver who plans a longer trip, they have their doubts. Where will he be able to charge the electric vehicle? And probably the main topic of today, what we want to introduce, that is the concept of charging hub or park. So such or similar hubs will start growing in Lithuania. As you see, it's a it's an analog of a well-known petrol station, but it's dedicated only to electric vehicles. It will be, depending on the location, there will be up to 40 charging points, recreational, catering area, and other facilities to satisfy the needs of the passengers. The history: more than a decade ago, the first charging hub was installed by Tesla. It was in the United States, in Europe. Quite soon, the first hub was opened in Norway, then in the Netherlands. Generally, such hubs have from 6 to up to even 100 of charging points. That's a quite significant number. In the photo, you see analog of one charging hub in the Netherlands, and Tesla, of course. Why was the need for charging hubs? Why did it appear? So it was formed by the users. The drivers want to be sure that they have access for charging. As I mentioned, in Lithuania, there are only few of them on the in outside cities, but drivers, they expect a safe location and they expect additional services to have a coffee or have something to eat fast and then to continue their road by their trip by their EV. Currently in Lithuania, we see only few locations which sort of satisfy the definition of a charging hub, but the concept is slightly different from what we are developing. So at the currently existing fuel station, the charging points are being installed. Again, the numbers are not big. As I remember, 6 to 8 vehicles can be charged at the same time. Bigger hubs or locations can be met in the cities. Several examples: Vilnius, Kaunas, the major cities, and main business and shopping and recreational centers. I'll drive during the next years. We have planned in Lithuania. We are planning to install up to 10 charging hubs. The final number will be dictated by the market, the numbers and deadlines. Currently, we have planned and received permits for construction for 4. We expect the first one to be opened by the end of this year. That's in the bypass road of Panevėžys, and we'll probably manage to open the second hub next to Kaunas, not far from Kaunas. It will be kilometer 159 from Vilnius, and you see the photo of the concept. And in both those parks, we plan to allow about 20 EVs to be charged at the same time, and the power will be about 400 kilowatt hours. So a driver will have 10 to 20 minutes to charge their vehicle and continue their trip successfully. As mentioned before, the charging hubs will have cafes, rest areas, working rooms, and this will be adapted for heavy-duty transport. Several challenges which I would like to share. As every colleague here from other charging networks would agree that location is a very important criterion for charging hub. Of course, there are main highways, many requirements, the safety zones, access roads. The driver has to be able to access that charging hub from different locations. We are also focusing on the areas with the highest flow of vehicles, so we have to select the land lots. It was not easy, and the fact is that there are not so many available. The second challenge, and it took quite a lot of time, a year and a half, so even now we are making some correction, taking into account the changes in the market. It is really developing, and we are trying to make those hubs according to the latest trends. And looking forward, we developed a completely new concept. As mentioned before, the absolute majority of known charging hubs are being installed in the existing infrastructure, whether it's a fuel station or shopping center or a recreational area. So this will be an area with fully equipped charging points, catering area, catering partners will be involved, infrastructure for children and families, and so on. So all of this sounds easy when you listen to put everything into one correct and attractive concept, but it was a challenge for the architects and designers. And another topic heard a lot today, that's electricity infrastructure. We see the numbers of 2 to 4 megawatts. That's the lowest threshold of the need. In the second stage, those numbers will double or even triple. So to understand 4 megawatt input, that's the input for the Kaunas mega shopping center. Well, they have 5, but that's what we need to charge few electric vehicles. And those the investments, as mentioned, we are a private equity company, so we plan to invest more than 15 million for those first 4 hubs. So we really hope we will succeed. And we expect for support from ministries and other stakeholders in this. We will grow the hubs in Lithuania and the infrastructure, and we will have more of trips by electric vehicles. So that's it in short. If anyone has any questions, so I leave our contacts, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Paulius. Paulius Jankauskas, who is the head of business development of L-Drive. He substituted his colleague very successfully and shared his practice. I saw that Slido has, on Slido you asked questions to them, and Paulius will take part in the panel discussion. And now, before the discussion, another presentation about the heavy transport and mobility. I want to invite the head of product and transport solutions of Volvo Trucks Lithuania, Eivitas Žarys. Just go on stage. Don't be afraid.
I feel comfortable here. I can see the slides. I can see you. My name is Eivitas Žarys. I'm head of product and transport solutions at Volvo Trucks Lithuania. I would like to start my presentation with a fact everybody knows, that transport sector generates 7% of the total CO2 globally. We know the problem, we know what to do. So we are the solution of the problem, and our aim is to achieve zero CO2. However, we are not alone on this road. Here we have a number of people, companies going with us. and I will talk about each of them during my presentation. The challenges of the road towards zero CO2. I will start with ourselves, with the producers of trucks, and I will be talking specifically about Volvo. Of course, the issues of zero CO2 will touch upon others too, but I cannot talk about others. Currently, Volvo Trucks is working in three directions. We improve internal combustion engines, we work on electric gear and fuel elements. Maybe it sounds strange that internal combustion engines will not be abandoned. Yes, we are improving those engines to be able to use neutral, CO2 neutral fuels. And most of their products will be electric gear, electric drive. The transformation from the diesel area should look like that. A major part will be electric drive, and about 20% will be internal combustion engines using alternative fuels. A slide which looks a little bit more complicated, and I will try to help you understand it. That's the distribution of the transport fleet and the types of fuel. On the left, you see vehicles which go short distances. They work in a local area, somewhere in the city. In the middle are regional vehicles which drive longer distances, but they are not involved in international transport where the distance is up to 4,000. Those long-distance transport vehicles are on the right. On the left, we can see a small graph at the bottom, and here we can see how we forecast the need for public and private charging stations. Those who will go longest distances will have a bigger demand for charging stations. That's a hint for those who are installing networks. Generally, our objective is to reduce CO2 emission from trucks sold by us by 50% by 2030. By 2040, CO2 emissions from trucks sold must be 100% lower than in 2019, and by 2050, Volvo Trucks population to be net zero CO2. We have experience equal to 80 million kilometers. It means that we have producing trucks, so we have been selling them, and the trucks have covered this distance. I am very happy to say that here in this number we have a significant contribution of Lithuanian carriers, and this experience is not recent. We have accumulated the experience by producing e-buses, and when we posed the objective of zero CO2, we could adapt to this objective very quickly and present it to the market. Before we started the road, we checked the data of Eurostat, and they said that almost 50% of Europe's freight is transported over distances of up to 300 kilometers, which means that we do not need a truck which could drive thousands of kilometers on one charge. Therefore, very quickly, we offered a truck to the market. We adapted all the existing models to the electric drive. Those trucks are mass-produced. Their range is up to 300 kilometers, which is enough in regional transportation. Apart from being a neutral CO2 transport, there are other benefits like reduced noise pollution, which is very important for the cities. It helps to solve the traffic problems because some of the transportation services can be provided at night. The charging time is 2.5 hours. But if it's DC, but in reality, we never come to the charging station with zero, and we don't always need to charge to 100. It would be really possible to use the existing infrastructure to start using those trucks without waiting for big charging hubs. Looking at the map of Lithuania, we understand that the size and the shape of the country corresponds to the needs of regional transportation, because the distance is never longer than 300 kilometers, and that means that using current technologies, we could easily electrify the fleet in Lithuania. We perform a lot of actions. We say that we already have those trucks. They are not on the paper, they are not on the plan, they are real. We participate in different events. For example, Ignitis on EV race. We participated in it and we won because we were the only participant of that race. Also, we got the award of the Truck of the Year 2023. So we are doing everything we can, but is that enough? No. We know that we can do more, and I'm here because of that reason, because I want to explain, to talk about what we do and what we have. But as I said, we are not alone on this road. We need our travel companions, and here is one of the elements. EU and Lithuanian institutions, starting with the mayors, councils, ministries, and all politicians. When I listened to the presentations, I felt very optimistic because the first steps that have been done are very good steps towards electrification. But I think that a lot more can be done. Our governmental institutions are not only distributing European money, but they are also creating the tax environment, and thanks to which the traditional polluting transport should become inconvenient to use. Another travel companion of ours is energy industry and infrastructure. Those who are supplying electricity and those who are installing the charging stations. When I talk about them, I would like to make a detour and to show this road sign. Today, during the conference, especially the first part of it, nobody actually talked about trucks. We talked only about light vehicles. We have those road signs, and we understand electromobility only in terms of small light vehicles. And maybe this road sign hypnotized us a little bit, because currently with the trucks we cannot enter the charging stations. Could anybody firmly say that an electric truck can take the lane for electric vehicles? Of course, we did several test drives. We traveled around Lithuania, and we checked how our existing infrastructure can be used. One charging station at a petrol station is designed for passenger cars, and this however, here we managed to charge, but if this cable was just a little bit shorter, we would have failed. And even if we come to a charging station, we feel like an elephant in a shop of crystal cups. So there's still a lot to do here, and we started an initiative, and in May this year we opened a public charging station for trucks that's in Kaunas, and here all the cars from trucks to passenger cars can get charged. There's enough space for everyone. Other travel companions are the carriers. There's a lot of skeptical approach there, but there is also a lot of enthusiasm. We have a demo truck, and we approached all of them, we talked to them, and there were a lot of enthusiasts who wanted to have a test drive, who wanted to check what their business would look like if they started using e-trucks. As a result, some customers bought those trucks. Some customers are waiting for better times to come. For example, one of the customers had to stop part of the production to be able to unload the truck because they didn't have free power, electric power. Finally, the customers bought some trucks, and we are very happy about that. We take care of those. If we analyzed all the feedback of our customers, the first obstacle for buying e-vehicles, e-trucks, is the absence of subsidies. And then all the other things which you have already heard: charging infrastructure, lack of power. The power insufficiency is one of the major obstacles. Another travel companion is the buyers of transport services. They are not buying trucks, but they are ordering this service. They are private buyers, municipalities, and so on. Do they care what kind of vehicle brings their purchases or provides services? I believe that this initiative is yet to come. And another travel companion is the general public. how much the general public is ready to accept those e-trucks. I've been talking about charging stations and special lanes, or maybe we will we agree to pay €1 more for milk if the milk was delivered by electric vehicle? The public is not somebody who is far away from here. It's us, the politicians, teachers, and each of us. After this conference, we will go home, maybe we will go to a supermarket, and each of us very often is considering the price and quality ratio. So I invite you to introduce a new term, the price and sustainability ratio. Are we ready to make this step forward? So our road towards zero emission is going to be either very fast and comfortable or very bumpy and difficult. Depends on all the travel companions. If we work together, if we put maximum effort, each of us, then we will be able to achieve not only acceleration, but also a good speed. So to finish up, I'd like to invite everybody to dare to make decisions which are not really traditional sometimes, because we are creating a world where we want to live. Thank you. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. I am a fan of Volvo, and I am very happy that Volvo is not afraid to be an elephant among crystal goods. And now I would like to invite everybody to start a discussion about the development of electromobility in Lithuania and in the world. And I'm inviting Gavita Žarys, Head of Products and Transport Solutions, then Virginia Christochowitz, Łukasz Lewandowski, Head of Vykla Poland, Paulius Jankauskas, development, Head of Business Development, Vaidas Bielinis, Head of Valenta Charge, and Vytautas Bučinskas, Head of Business Assurance, Resilience and Sustainability from Telia Lietuva. Is everybody here with us? Yes, please take the seats. Let's get ready for a discussion.
Matau.
Those who don't get a chair will have to be the moderator. So you see so many speakers, we are not fitting on the stage, but that's a good problem to have and to solve. So I remind you that you can ask questions on Slido. I saw that they are asked already for everyone.
Since you were the first speaker after the break. Which policies and support measures of German government have been the most successful while implementing the development of electromobility? And what advice do you have for Lithuania? Of course, if you're familiar with our market.
Yeah. So in Germany, we had the Deutschlandnetz. I presented it. Yeah, what was really new about it was the combination of funding and subsidies, and also our data-driven approach that came first. It was really a lot of planning that went into this, and this is also why it took quite some time, but it was really worth the effort. So that is really, we had what I would like to, for everyone to take with them, that do invest the time to plan and analyze the demand and see where are there foreseeable gaps, and also find a solution for places where investments will not be the most natural or the most expected.
Łukasz, a question for you. You mentioned the myths related to electric vehicles. Do you personally, or does your company or organization approach the myths in the society and somehow try to debunk or pre-bunk them?
Yeah, definitely. This is one of things we're doing in Poland and with EV Club Poland. Yeah, so the educational part of e-mobility is very, very crucial because there is so many myths, as I mentioned, and so many fear because of going into zero-emission transport. As I mentioned about the fires, etc. Yeah, so we are trying to educate people. We are trying to show the numbers, for example. As I mentioned, so for example, there is in Poland last year there was only 20 EVs caught on fire, and it was over 8,000 ICE cars that caught fire. So those are the numbers we are showing, and of course we are showing the whole fleet and the ratio, how it looks like, and people looking at that number, they can see the whole picture. Not only, as I mentioned, that when there is one fire of EV, everyone is talking about that. Yeah, so we're trying to educate. We also have the news website, e-mobility news website, where we're trying to debunk such myths. We are showing the statistics, numbers, and we are trying to educate people in such a way. Also, we are organizing the events where we are trying to encourage people to drive EV, because it's it's phenomenal how they are changing its minds once they have the possibility to drive EV. They can hear this, that there is not a noise, no vibrations or things like the acceleration, etc. And they are changing its mind. So that's why we are, for example, organizing event EV Experience, the conferences as well. And we are trying to also talk with the journalists, and we are inviting them to some the events like this, because in Poland there is a case that many journalists they are against of EVs because they don't know it. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really important to talk with them, because what they describe, they are describing to mass, to all the people. So if we can explain them how something works, they can explain to others. Yeah, so definitely it's worth. Not only, of course, it's important and crucial to collaborate with business, but also with the media, for example, and trying to explain it to all the people.
Yeah, as it was mentioned in the previous presentation, but in Lithuanian by Volvo Trucks representative. Paulo, the question for you. Klausimas jums.
Paulo's question for you. It's from the audience. Thank you for asking the question. We encourage you to ask them and write whom are you addressing, how are you establishing the optimum number of charging points for specific location, how many points are necessary in hubs and on Lithuanian roads. Thank you for the question. How to determine how many charging points are needed for a location? We take into account many elements. First and most important is the availability of input. The other is the type of location, whether it's a shopping center, place of interest, or just a parking lot. So many of our agreements are related with the owners of the property, their wishes, how much space they can and want allocate for charging stations, and numerous other reasons among which this amount of investment is very important. So I mentioned just a few, but we take into account about 10 criteria, and according to this, we find a solution for each specific location. To tell that we have cliché solutions, I cannot say that. Because out of those several hundred charging stations we have in Lithuania, there are no two identical objects. So that's it. Thank you for our answer. Eivitas, question for you. Could you share success stories internationally, how electromobility infrastructure for heavy transport was installed? Maybe there is not a single success formula because each country has their own experience. I just listed through such a report before coming here that in some of countries they use subsidies which directly encourage and motivate getting electric vehicles, and they cover the difference in price between fuel and electric truck. Other goes through taxation system, road tax. They implement road tax according to the pollution. The more you pollute, the more expensive it is for you to pay for the road. And many countries have used tax instruments which are included in the price of fuel. That's CO2 tax in the fuel price. I think in Germany and Austria it's 45 euros per ton of fuel, which amounts into several cents per liter of diesel. So subsidy is a price paid by everyone. So those who pollute and not, they pay. Whether it's correct to pay a subsidy for the purchase or to introduce a road tax. So I think there are complex measures. So I think subsidy is good for the start, but I think that a natural environment should be introduced which balances the need. Now a question to Vytautas Kubučinskas. Telia has renewed their fleet, and the services are provided not only in the cities but in regions by e-vehicles. So what has influenced such a decision? Yes, so we have over 300 light-duty vehicles, and about 40% are electric vehicles. That was quite a brave step, and we were approaching it for several years, and we have ambitious targets similar to our colleagues from Volvo, and we are planning by the year 2030 to have our CO2 pollution reduced by 90% for ourselves and our supply chains. Still, it's not much time left, although now it looks like 2030 is far away, but we started looking for solutions. The second reason it was the offer from the market, because many our electric vehicles is by those light cargo vehicles, which were not available a few years ago, but now we have, and now we started thinking, what can we do? Because, you know, to buy 1 or 5 EVs for service use, for work, and to give them to employees, enthusiasts, it's not difficult. And we'll find 10 or 20 people who will like it. But to give them to hundreds, like engineers, managers, and heads of divisions, it's not so easy. So we are testing. We try under real conditions to cover those distances, and depending on the need for a specific specialist in their town, among their clients, and by such experience we calculate who can work with that, who not, and very often we are more pessimistic, but the result is better, and more we can change, replace those vehicles, and next years I hope to have more of such purchases. And now you have such experience and insights. What are the main advantages you see in the use of EVs? So coming back still to first question, it's a question about personalities. The electromobility is about me as well, because we have for about 10 or 12 years an EV. We have 3 out of 4, and we'll have a 4th one. And I have demolished those myths by myself. Of course, we will have skeptics, but I'm ready to test and cover those distances. And I went to the Ignitis competition, so 450 I covered by one charge, and I had charged for another 100 kilometers. And the rules were that you have to drive as much as you are allowed, but not less, because then you wouldn't fit into the time requirements. So what we received, so we are striving for CO2 reduction, and we have quite a significant fact of that. How does it happen? So about 30% less fuel we use, and we cover millions of kilometers, 6 million kilometers annually we cover, and hundreds of thousands of liters of fuel. So if we convert that into CO2, so we saved 300 tons of CO2. Our colleagues don't know. Well, somebody calculated that's about 1,000 air travels to Stockholm. That's quite a lot. So EV save one line in a budget, so it's operational expenses, and these are usually most expensive line. We want to save on that to achieve the best financial result for the company, and that part is saved the best by electric vehicles. And for the end, it's an emotional and element of attachment of the employees. Even the biggest skeptic, after driving an electric vehicle, especially in Vilnius, using the bus lane and feeling the power, which even the cheapest EV has. So there are no skeptics left. And even EVs, they usually have quite advanced multimedia and safety systems. So our drivers are driving with a smile on their face. So out of 77 EVs, I have not a single complaint, and I received praise for making such a purchase. It's a benefit for the business and for the climate change with which the whole world is fighting. Now a question to Vaidas Belinis.
Since we are talking not only about what we have now, but also about what we should go for in the future, what do you think, or what technological innovations could improve the existing charging infrastructure? Thank you for the question. As a producer, we have 2 producers here, Volvo producer and myself. There are not so many producers in Lithuania who are making this equipment, and we've been doing this since 2018. And I can say that we are very happy.
As we produce charging equipment from 2018, so many myths are denied.
So I want to say that the technologies exist, they are in operation, not only through the use of a vehicle, but also through charging. A lot of people were talking about fast charging, megawatt charging for heavy-duty transport, but I would like to talk not about the existing existing technologies, but the technologies we need to use. We have all the necessary technologies, all the components. We use only those that are produced in the EU, and they are 100% operative. The power consumption is guaranteed almost 100%. There are almost no losses. That's one thing. And then we have to know that a charging station is critical equipment installation, and safety is very important. I would really like the governmental institutions, when they think about different requirements, to focus on the safety of this equipment. And then again, there is a myth that an EV is difficult to charge because it has to drive fast and to charge fast. But research shows that 90% of time vehicles don't drive, especially HDV. So what does that mean? You can charge in the place you work, in the place you live, in the place you spend most of your time. And if you need to replenish your health, you can do that on the road. Can Telia say that there was a failure of the equipment itself? No, we have 144 charging stations. That's a lot. And the worst thing you can do to your engineer, who has a very busy schedule, to make him spend 1 or 2 hours charging in some public charging point. So we have everything locally in our offices, in the parking, so that the cars can be charged overnight. Of course, that's not enough for long distances, but we don't have long-distance trips so often. The private charging stations, the small ones, are very reliable, and the simpler, the better. And we have some locations where there is not enough energy. In one location, we have over 30, in the central office, more than 44. So we use balancing equipment, and sometimes that is not quite reliable, but a small charging station is always very reliable. Those who are installing fast charging stations and the representatives of our government should think not only about the installation, but also about maintenance and monitoring of charging stations, because there are lots of them who are out of service, and sometimes when you are in a hurry and your battery is really low, you cannot use the charging station, but that's a different story. And I'd also like to invite businesses to engage in business other than only installation of charging stations, which would be maintenance of charging stations. We also needed some years to find somebody who can maintain the stations. Vladas Lašas is sending his regards to everybody. He is a proud user of Tesla, and he says that Lithuania is a country of startups, and startups in the area of electromobility are also growing. Do you see some tendencies? The question is also for you, Łukasz and Virginia. Do startups in your countries in electromobility area? Who would like to start? I can. I'll mention one direction where we see a lot of startups, where we notice a lot of startups. Each EV driver always says that I need 10 or more charging apps and things like that. And everybody would like to have something that works everywhere. And we are expecting somebody to do this so-called aggregation of operators like us, so that the users could use one app or some other tool which would aggregate all the charging network with the possibility to pay, to check whether the charging station is free, the pricing, discounts, and things like that. There are attempts in this area, but we have yet to see something that is worth mentioning. Another thing we focus on is automatic charging session technology, plug-in charge and auto charge. Those are two options that will be an alternative to the solution I have mentioned, and we can see that all the market will go in those two directions.
You read my mind.
Yes, Paulius mentioned plug-in charge. As a producer, we're already using it, and when the requirements will be implemented, we will offer it through our partners. Plug-in charge, as you know, will be a very simple charging, just with a wire or without any additional actions, because the vehicle and the charging station will understand each other, and the charging will start automatically. And technology is, as a requirement, alternative fuel infrastructure regulation was mentioned by our German colleague. It is coming into force now, which means that when you come to the charging station, you can pay with the help of a QR code or other things. So those technologies, as I have already mentioned, will fight with all those myths. Łukasz has mentioned that the society is fighting with myths. That's another idea for business, for communication with the society. Would Łukasz or Virginia like to add something?
All right, so yeah, definitely. So, for example, in Poland, we've got the software houses, so IT companies that are going deeply into e-mobility, and they are building the solutions for charging infrastructure operators or EMSPs, so e-mobility service providers. So they are building the platforms for those organizations, and there is and there will be more and more charging point operators. Some of them, there will be small, medium, and large as well. So small and medium, they need their own software because they don't want to build their own software. They want to have it. They need it, but they want to buy it, just buy it. So so we already have some companies like this from software houses and from IT sector. What else? In terms of charging, actually, so we know the single chargers or maybe 2 or 3 chargers next to each other. Yeah, so most of the chargers are single placed in the locations in Poland. And there is one company which is building only charging hubs. So it's also very nice experience for the customer, for the EV drivers, because if, as it was mentioned before, it was there might be the situation that there is a single charger and it's not working. It has got a problem with the connection or something. So the EV driver may, not only depends on the single charger, but there is few others next to each other. And next to these chargers, there is a lounge. So the EV drivers waiting for the car to charge up, they can buy some stuff like grocery store, I don't know, coffee, etc. So they are building the future, let's say, charging hubs. So this is another company like this. And maybe last example is, for example, in EV Club Poland, we, as I mentioned, we associate over 9,000 members, and we collaborate with the companies like, for example, charging point operators. And thanks to that collaboration, we offer to our members the discounts for charging. And we collaborate not only with charging point operators, but all the companies like insurance companies, like car wash companies, they need to change the tires, or all the services or products related to the EV, we are trying to collaborate with, and we are offering the discounts for EV drivers. So it also make EV more, using EV more, the experience is better, and the cost of the maintenance is lower as well.
Thank you, Virginia.
Yes. So as I already mentioned, in Germany, we really, in all our planning, try to put the user experience first. And so yeah, AFIO, of course, is going to address a lot of the interoperability issues. It will also help in our funding that we make it a requirement that the availability can be accounted for always. So what we want to achieve is that a user doesn't have to think about it. They can just start driving their car.
Use the products.
Yes. So this is also why we focus a lot on fast charging. So also, even if you just go to the shops, which is, of course, not where you stay for several hours at your employee or at home, it's a very different thing, but you can still, just like refueling, quickly integrate that. This is really what we try to achieve, and we think this will, help acceptance that the users don't really have to, get into different habits so much from the current situation with the combustion engine.
If I can add something, because I don't know if you've got it in your country, but it's very
Nežinau, ar jūs turite savo šalyje, bet vienas iš tokių esminių faktorių Lenkijoje elektromobilių vairuotojams labai svarbus dalykas, kad visa krovimo infrastruktūra, jeigu ji yra vieša, yra reglamentai, taisyklės, kad turi būti iškart teikiamos ataskaitos ir matoma internete, ar veikia stotelė, ar jį užimta. Ir patirtis elektromobilių vairuotojų, kad kai jie artėja prie pakrovimo stotelės, jie žino, ar ta įkrovimo stotelė prieinama, ar neužimta. Tai labai svarbu ir yra tokia taisyklė Lenkijoje ir visi operatoriai įkrovimo taškų, jie pateikia internetu realią informaciją. Of course, when we start about certain startups, if we can have any information about the charging, but we would need information not only about availability, but also whether it's available for trucks. I encourage people to ask questions. Paulus is the leader for the number of questions. We could make a separate interview. I encourage you to ask questions for others.
Reduced most of electric vehicle subsidies.
Yeah. So last November, there was a constitutional court ruling, basically declaring the Climate and Transformation Fund void, which financed most of our electric vehicle subsidies. does that the German government to refocus and reprioritize in this area. And right now we are focusing on charging infrastructure first. So we say we address all things like reach anxiety, etc. People can just expect that there is the charging infrastructure. They don't have to take this into account. And then, again, we can focus on the battery electric vehicle uptake. Of course, it will also be up to the OEMs, to the manufacturers, to produce cheaper vehicles that are available to everyone.
Yeah, just from a vendor's point of view of infrastructure, let's say, equipment, I could say that, yeah, this is, I would say, I predict this is a temporary slowdown in subsidizing only, because, yeah, we know that who is, how to say, fostering all these, purchases, subsidies always, that's for sure. But, yeah, you are perfectly right. We also go to Germany market, because overall we export to 40+ markets, countries, and Germany is one of our key target markets, as well as Poland, actually. So, and we see really that in Germany you have really to do a lot of homework with, grid, with availability of it, and that's why we also do the best to balance, power and charging, let's say, demand. And that's why I think German entity is doing a great job. Everything is counted in Germany, so be sure that infrastructure will come and then everything else to follow.
A lot to learn from each other, a lot of inspiration as well. Łukasz, we have a question for you from the audience. What taxation measures are being applied in Poland for electric vehicles? Are there any subsidies related to the connection to the grid?
Any taxation? Yeah, so there was one slide that I said that I don't want to go through in detailed way.
It's too complicated?
Yeah, it's very complicated.
Can you
because
summarize it in 2 sentences?
In 2 sentences, it will be really hard, but I will do my best. So, yeah, so buying electric vehicles, so it depends on if you want to buy the passenger cars or light-duty vehicles. So there are different subsidies and incentives. Or right now we are working on incentives for heavy-duty transport as well. So it will be launching by the end of this year. So everything also depends on, I mean, the amount of the incentive depends on the mileage that you will declare. For example, if you declare that you will be driving your EV over 30,000 kilometers in 2 years, so you can get more money, or if not, you will get less. And in terms of tax, so as I mentioned, so there is, so companies can treat buying the car as a cost. For the company, and there is in Act of Electric Mobility and Alternative Fuels, we have the higher tax compensation for EVs, for purely EVs, battery electric vehicles, in compared to combustion engine cars. So the numbers are that if you buy the battery electric vehicles, you can treat the cost up to the treat it as the cost up to the 225,000 złotych, and if you buy ICE car, it's only 150,000. So it's 75,000 złotych of difference. Yeah. So yeah. Basically,
you said it's very complicated, but you did well in just little over a minute. So amazing job. Vytautai, klausimas jums iš auditorijos.
Vytautas, question to you from the audience. Could you evaluate the return on investment on EVs? Maybe it would encourage other companies to take action more actively. Thank you. This is a very relevant question. I have heard evaluations by many professionals and amateurs, and I didn't believe them until I made my own calculations. emissions. So when I take into account all the subsidies on VAT and on acquisition of EV, maybe it doesn't quite apply to us. So an EV which costs 30,000 euros in comparison with a combustion engine, return on investment comes quite fast. So after we made into calculation like real surveys, testing and trying, so total cost of ownership for the period of 5 years, it became the same. So there were no reasons not to go to electric vehicles. If EV costs more, then the return on investment can be more complicated, but still the difference is not so big, not to encourage especially businesses to buy EVs now. And I wanted to add also about the big businesses. So from our experiences, everybody knows that there is a support for acquiring EVs, and as we purchased, we tried to apply and we got it for 30 EVs because that's the ceiling. You cannot get more subsidy, but for some big businesses it would be a real encouragement for big business. It would be the final drop to make a decision. I'm not telling that big businesses need subsidies. Maybe they need some other form of support through taxation or something, but some incentive should be there. And then we installed 140 charging points, and we found out that it's possible to get a subsidy. We didn't satisfy many criteria. We were too early to start and then too late to build. And to build so many, it's not possible to build so fast. There are many heritage objects. You have to get lots of permits, and we are trying to cooperate with charging point operators. They have great products. They are adapted for individual use, but for big business, when you need 100 charging points, you have to sign 100 contracts, 100 credit cards, and that's a lot to do. We had discussions with colleagues. It's great that everything is improving, everything is moving forward, but I'm encouraging everyone to thinking about electric vehicles and big businesses. So several hundred companies, if they change their fleet to EVs, it would improve our climate change fight figures in by many times. You mentioned in your presentation about the challenges that you are facing to charge heavy-duty transport, how to access the charging points, how it's not convenient. So what solutions are needed in our country today to make heavy-duty transport to be able to switch to electromobility? That's for Volvo. As mentioned, the accessibility of public charging network, so to be able to handle it. So in the first part of discussion, it was mentioned that we did a lot by installing charging stations, but the problem is that they are not effectively used. We have trucks which have a big appetite, and they could be the users of the current infrastructure. And I will repeat myself probably that when you are going by a passenger EV, I can see that the number of charging stations is increasing, and I'm saying, wow, that's a great development, great work, but one minor thing is missing, that in some charging stations we could make a point or few points for trucks. The population won't be big, but the growth would be encouraged if we change the mode of access. Like you mentioned, the Panevėžys bypass road, There is one quick charging point which would work for trucks, but it was installed in such a way that it's in the middle of the parking lot, so it either the truck probably closes it or cannot access it. So just being smarter and without any additional investment, we could do better. We need a broader view that we have in mind that there are only passenger vehicles, but also bigger ones, and there is a need for them. So let's communicate more, let's share experiences, and let's not get closed in that symbol of a small passenger vehicle. So let's start with a change of symbols. By the way, colleague from Germany, she showed on her presentation that a symbol of a truck, and we can take that example and apply it in our practice. And we, with colleagues, we suggested even the vocabulary. So the Lithuanian word for truck is carrier of heavy, and you can shorten it, and it's so thank you. Question from the audience to Paulius from Domantas. Is commitment to have an EV charging point in every fuel station would be a good direction to improve the charging infrastructure? Thank you, Domantas, for your question. Yes and no.
Mes patys einame šitą kryptimį ir prie tam tikrų degalinių Lietuvoje ir kitose rinkose jau dabar esame rengę ir planuojame rengti nemažą kiekį įkrovimo stotelių. Pristatyme prieš tai minėjau, kad patys tokio tipo degalinės, e-degalinės, e-station ar hubas ar krovimo parkas, kaip be pavadinsi, tai yra tas dalykas, kurį matom
or whatever call it, is something which we see and we are moving towards it. The charging station is a good thing because the driver does not have to worry about a hot dog, about coffee or things like that, because everything is ready for him there. Some places are popular among the travelers, and they generate huge flows of users, which means that the fuel station will get additional customers, and we are also interested in those locations. But the main factor is low capacity of the charging network. Lithuania has about 20, 30, sometimes about 100 kilowatts of input, which is okay for the current needs, but it's not sufficient for charging stations, especially for truck charging stations, of course. I'd like just to add, when you were talking about the planned import power, now we have trucks which use 250 kilowatts. That's the data of today, but quite recently we will have trucks which will need megawatts. And if there are 3 or 4 who want to charge at the same time, what will happen then? Of course, we know that. We are observing the developments, and we are looking forward to a larger number of e-HDVs in Lithuania. We have maybe several tens of them on Lithuanian roads now, but we are definitely ready, and the power for an HDV will be offered in one way or another. So the efficiency, especially of those rapid charging solutions, we have already heard that the power consumption issue has been addressed 100% already. but we still have some reserves to become more efficient, and one of the decisions we are looking for is how to balance the larger number of charging stations with bigger charging power. We are looking forward to bigger numbers of trucks and buses. I can see that we are running out of time, so I would like to say that to have as little myths as possible, let's check what they are doing in Holland, in Norway. I'm not talking about Germany in this case, but other countries which have a big network of infrastructure and where the vehicles are moving more intensively. So what kind of charging is dominating there? I have to say that the information about e-mobility, about infrastructure, everything is available. We don't need ChatGPT to get the information, but check how people in Norway are charging their vehicles. They sold 94% of e-vehicles, of all vehicles sold in Norway last month. So check where Norwegians are charging their vehicles. We have to ask ChatGPT. Who has ChatGPT? You can ask it. And now to finish up with the discussion, there is a question about the forecast for the future. How do you imagine the changes in e-mobility in 5 or 10 years? Let's start with the person sitting next to me. During my presentation, I said that in 5 years, we should have at least 50% of vehicles which are e-vehicles or alternative fuel. So that's the direction we are going to take.
Yeah, so 2 months ago, I was in the future, I would say, because yeah, I visited China.
Oh.
And I know it might be surprising what I will say, but we are driving the cars here, I'm talking about passenger cars right now, which has the ability to charge, let's say, 150, 200, 250 kilowatts. And I visited many Chinese brands, the stores of their brands, and they are already producing the cars which are able to charge up to 500, 550 kilowatts. Yeah, so in terms of charging infrastructure, I think that thinking about coming years and how these batteries are evolving, changing, it's going to be evolution in next coming years. And I think that right now, the top-notch, let's say, car companies and batteries are able to charge over 500 kilowatts. And in, I don't know, 2, 3, or 5 years, it will be standard in Europe, I guess. Such a high power in passenger cars here. So yeah, we need to have that in our minds, and it's not imagination that won't be covered. I think, and I saw it, and it's really like touchable, and it's just few years when we will have it. So we need to be prepared for it, and also will ask for electrifying the heavy transport. So that's why we need charging hubs, a lot of them with high powers. That's why collaboration between government, business, and, for example, energy companies is so important right now.
Thank you, Virginia.
Yes. In Germany, we really want to put climate goals first, and the transition of the mobility sector is absolutely crucial here. And so I think we will see a lot more of battery electric vehicle uptake.
On that positive note, Pauliau.
Taip, tai
To make it short, in the first part of the conference, we talked a lot about the importance of separating two things in the electromobility ecosystem. That's the vehicle and the charging station. There's slow and rapid charging. And again, as my colleague from Elinta said, the future is with faster, better batteries of EVs, fast charging, and big numbers of charging stations, because we didn't touch upon multi-flat, multi-apartment buildings, because the batteries will be bigger there, the efficiency will be better, and there will be a technological breakthrough, and we will develop the infrastructure, a solid grid, and others. And I believe we will have good results, but we need time, big investment, and a lot of work. I have already talked a lot, but I'd say that we Lithuanians are not always eager to embrace innovations and technologies, but since we have already done this, that encourages us to be creative, and I believe that we will be producing EVs maybe in the future. We will be using them, and we will be ahead of Norwegians and our imagination. It's difficult to add something to that. Actually, I have been in the world of technologies for 30 years, and there will be new generations of batteries, efficiency, charging, and with our geography, I see no problem to have 90% of e-vehicles. Thank you, everybody. Let's applaud to the participants of the discussion. Our conference is coming to an end, and I invite you to find each of the speakers after the conference. And I would like to invite Agnė Bagočiūtė to say a final word. Thank you, Goda. When I was listening to the speakers, the discussions, the questions, this fourth conference, I don't know about you, but I saw hands which said that you have participated in all of them. I have participated in 3 of them, but this conference is different because of its optimism. And I believe that there is a reason for it. Because instead of talking about challenges, about problems, about some very basic challenges, now we already talk about results. We share experience, we hear out the experience from other countries, and we can compare how we apply that in our practice. And many of the speakers mentioned that we have destroyed quite a few myths for ourselves, but also for those who were listening to us on the internet. There were about 40,000 participants on the internet. And I believe that we have overcome a lot of barriers, and a lot of barriers are yet to be come over. And there are things, of course, to improve. And since I am a representative of the public sector and the Agency of Lithuanian Energy, which is one part in the creation of the electromobility system, This system is very important for all the users, for all of us. So it is very important to share experience, to benefit from our meetings, and I hope that next year we will have more success stories to share. This year, for the first time, we discussed with the team whether it would be useful to invite the users of both passenger vehicles, LDVs and HDVs. And probably we all have to think out of the box. And of course, we would like to invite representatives of the local authorities who have a lot of authorizations in offering more attractive conditions for EV users to add to that. So thank you very much for listening to us in the room, and for those who listened to us online. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the participants of the discussions, all those who asked very interesting questions. I would like to thank Goda for moderation. And I would like to thank the team of the Energy Agency and the Ministry of Energy, which made this meeting possible. So thank you, all of you.